the blues for you. Play the blues.
May we please take our seats? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 5th edition of and I'll try to say this in French because I just learned my French this morning. C'est la Semaine Africaine de Microfinance. And I'm told, I actually found out that it's the largest event of inclusive finance on the African continent. So thank you, a big round of applause to everybody who has managed to come from far and wide to attend this event. My name's Charles Haber. The first job I did when I left law school, I was working in a bank. And I think I was fired because I wanted to be the leader of that bank after 1 year. It wasn't going to work. But now that I am going to lead leaders of banks for the next 2 days, I think they should reconsider hiring me again. On a serious note, I've never been fired from any job. We've been going through a very tough last 2 years. And some of us have not traveled at all. We've been having all our meetings online. Our conferences have been virtual. And some of us had even forgotten what a plane ticket looks like and what airports are. So I want to give yourselves a very big round of applause for having won this war against the pandemic. That said, the war against COVID may have been won, but the battle still continues. Individually, we still need to be very, very careful, but also collectively, as attendants of this conference, there's going to be a few things that we'd like to remind you of. With the exception of people who will be taking the podium, please keep your masks on all the time. Whether you're going to ease yourself, even though technology has not yet devised masks that allow you to eat with your mask on. So during coffee break and the lunch break, you may naturally take the mask off, but please keep your masks on all the time. That said, Kigali is a very safe city. For those of you who have been here before, but safety in regards to COVID and COVID guidelines and the SOPs is extremely important. So we will request that as you're moving around, again, out of the hotel, if you're going out to a restaurant or elsewhere, kindly keep your masks on all the time. The statistics show that more than 90% of the population around Kigali is fully vaccinated, but we still do not take that for granted. We advise that you remain as careful as you can. For those of you who speak English only, there are headsets that you picked as you're entering. I'll remind you that simultaneous translation is available, and the channel is 1 if you want to translate into English from French, or 2 for French from English. So channel 1 is English, and channel 2 is French. I'll also like to remind you that still with simultaneous translation that we have for you, if you happen to leave the room for either a short call or have gone for a coffee break or a lunch break, kindly leave the headsets on your chair. Please leave the headsets on your chairs as you leave the room. Now, without further ado, I'd like to call upon the Executive Director of ADA. ADA is Appui au Développement Durable, Madame Laura Foshi. She's going to give us opening remarks for this event. But as she makes her way up, I'll just remind you that Laura is a very seasoned person in the space of finance. She's currently the Executive Director, as I said, at ADA, and she previously was also a Senior Investment Manager in charge of all investment services at the Luxembourg Microfinance Development Fund. She's got decades of experience in this space across Latin America, Africa, and in the Balkans. That experience has led her to extensively work in those different parts of the world. I will remind you again that in your conference pack and on the website as well, on the ADA website, we have profiles of all the people who will be speaking to us over the next few days. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Laura Foshi. Thank you.
Toutes les pratiques nécessaires. Maramutse, Murakazanesa. Sorry for my pronunciation first. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. C'est comme toujours vraiment une grande émotion d'ouvrir la 5e édition de la Semaine africaine de la microfinance. J'ai fait ça depuis déjà 4 éditions et c'est toujours pareil. C'est vraiment une grande émotion de se réunir et se retrouver tous ensemble. Je voulais néanmoins partager avec vous un sentiment que j'ai ressenti hier à l'accueil. Quand je suis arrivée, ma première pensée est aller à celles et à ceux qui ne sont plus parmi nous. Et notamment à notre présidente d'EADA, Corinne Molitor, mais aussi à ceux qui ont manqué assez récemment, Emmanuel Gaou, l'ex-président de la Fédération des associations professionnelles de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et de la PFSD du Bénin, mais évidemment à tous ceux qui ont disparu lors de la pandémie. Leur héritage intellectuel va nous accompagner, va nous inspirer pour rendre le système de la finance inclusive meilleur. Donc je vous prierai de pouvoir vous lever et d'observer un moment de silence avec moi. Merci beaucoup. Nous sommes ici aujourd'hui plus résilients et plus forts que jamais. Nous sommes prêts, ou presque, à faire face à ce que les anglophones appellent le new normal, une nouvelle normalité post-pandémique. Nous sommes sous le même toit, même si distanciés, même si avec le masque, même s'il faut constamment être attentif à nos gestes barrières. Nous sommes plus de 650 personnes inscrites à cette SAM, venant de 55 pays différents. Qui aurait pu y croire il y a seulement 6 mois? Merci à tous d'être là aujourd'hui. Mais, comme il dit le titre de notre conférence, on n'est pas résilient, on le devient. C'est pour ça que, pendant ces 2 jours de conférence, nous avons réuni les experts, les praticiens, les représentants du gouvernement pour nous aider à mieux comprendre les dynamiques du secteur de la finance inclusive et pour surmonter les crises, qu'elles soient sanitaires ou qu'elles soient climatiques. Nous allons fédérer les réflexions et les engagements des différents acteurs africains et internationaux pour renforcer les capacités de résilience des opérateurs des services financiers ainsi que des populations bénéficiaires, en particulier pour ceux des populations vulnérables, avec l'objectif d'accélérer leur contribution vers l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable. Mais évidemment, cette SAM n'aurait pas lieu sans le support du ministère des Affaires étrangères et européennes du Luxembourg, ni sans le soutien du secteur de la finance inclusive et du gouvernement rwandais. Un grand merci. Au nom des organisateurs de la SAM, je tiens aussi à remercier les sponsors et les partenaires historiques, comme la BEI, comme FPM, Mastercard, Fondation Grameen Crédit Agricole, Arendt, Microvision, la CIDI, AFR et ADEC. Il y en a qui participent depuis la première édition de la SAM et sont vraiment avec nous désormais des partenaires et des amis. Mais surtout, je voudrais remercier chacun d'entre vous pour être là aujourd'hui en présence et vous souhaiter une très bonne et riche semaine africaine de la microfinance. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Laura. We're now going to our first plenary session. It's going to be by a panel of very eminent persons, and I'll call them one by one. The way this is going to work, I'll introduce you, and then you come to the stage, and I'll show you where to sit. Dr. Brian Chirombo is a Zimbabwean national. He's the country representative in Rwanda for the World Health Organization. What a timely person to have when the whole world is pointing fingers at our health. Brian, you'll be on the spot a little bit. Brian has more than 30 years experience in public health leadership in both the academia, the NGO world, and the UN. He's a qualified medical doctor with a master's degree in public health. Dr. Brian, you just earned yourself the right to join this high table here. And I request that you take the extreme right seat there. Okay, sorry, the middle one with your name on it. My apologies. We're also joined by an amazing and very experienced economist and development expert from Senegal. Her name is Dr. Aissa Touré Sarr. She has more than 25 years of experience in 3 continents. She has worked in more than 10 countries and for 5 international organizations. Dr. Aissa Touré, kindly join us up here. Laura spoke about the new normal. This conference is taking place as a hybrid, so we also have people following online and participating virtually. We have Dr. Richard Munang, is currently the Africa Regional Climate Coordinator for the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. Dr. Munang's experience encompasses a unique blend in programming and policy on regional and global climate policy. Richard is a climate change policy expert, and last night when we were communicating, he told me, I know nothing but climate change. Dr. Richard Munang, thank you so much for joining us. I'll just add that he has won very many awards, including the Africa Green Champion Award for 2020, African Environmental Hero Award 2016, as well as the UNEP 2016 highest recognition. It's called the Baobab Award on program innovation. Thank you so much. Now, the way this is going to work is we will have keynote addresses and all presentations from each of the speakers, and then after that we will have a plenary session where we'll have comments, questions, and the like. Yeah, thank you, and we'll start with Dr. Brian Chirombo. Yeah.
Can do it here. This one. How do I start it? Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Mwaramutse, bonjour, good morning. As already mentioned, my name is Brian Chirombo, and I come from the World Health Organization, and I will present very quickly on the COVID-19 situation with a particular focus on Africa, and I'll also highlight the response and some of the major impacts of the pandemic. Let me start off by saying that it's an honor to present during this very important meeting. I am not a finance person at all. The little I know about money is when I try. Reasonably, I don't know whether I do well to manage my own finances. I know some have been fired from banks, but I don't think I've even had that honor. So it's really an honor to be among you as finance people. And thanks again to the organizers for this opportunity. I will use a PowerPoint. Yes, so in my presentation, I will quickly go over the global situation with regards to COVID-19. We'll zone in a bit on Africa, and I will highlight some of the effects of the pandemic and the response to the pandemic, and then some of the challenges, and propose some of the way forward. This slide shows the current global situation of COVID. So in this map of the world, the countries that are in dark color have higher or have been reporting higher cases of COVID-19. And countries that are lighter have been reporting relatively fewer cases. So we can see that our region, from the available data and data reported, we don't seem to be doing as badly as other regions. However, unfortunately, because of many factors, including health systems challenges and issues and ability to test, we know that this is not the accurate reflection of what's happening on the ground. But at least based on the data, we don't seem to be doing as bad. This slide shows again the global situation and indicating that we have had more than 250 million cases. This is a number that's difficult to wrap our minds around. I think a couple of months ago, particularly when the pandemic started, we never imagined we would see such numbers. And 4.8 million people have lost their lives. So the pandemic has really been a major, major issue. And on the left of the slide, it's highlighting the number of cases reported by region. And again, you can see where we are as Africa and showing that the Americas have reported the highest number of cases globally. On the right side, it's highlighting now the trend, how we have moved since the beginning of the pandemic. And it's showing in the different colors the regions, the contributions by the different regions. So we can see generally that we have had about 3 waves to date. And it's showing that globally, the current wave, which is the 3rd wave, is trending downwards. Of course, this is looking at it globally. Some countries have had different waves and sometimes more waves than these 3. This, when we zone into Africa, this shows the waves that we have had, the trends, and we can see that to date, so we're in our 3rd wave, and to date, the number of cases reported in Africa have significantly gone down to the numbers that we were seeing in May, in between or before at the end of the 2nd wave. We can see the numbers there. You will see what we call the case fatality ratio, which is 2.5%. This is calculated as the percentage of people who have died out of those who have been reported. So obviously, because we have challenges with identifying people with COVID, this is not a very accurate reflection of the impact in terms of mortality on the population. But it does give us an idea of what's happening with regards to some of the impacts. So I'll just highlight some of the effects of the pandemic. And I think we're all aware of the socioeconomic impact from individual right down to the global level as a result not only of the lockdowns, but of the impact of the pandemic itself and the effect that it has had, particularly on the economy. And we know that the informal sector has been more affected by this. The high costs of the response, we have had to divert a lot of resources that could have been used for development to addressing the pandemic. The pandemic has had a major impact on the health service, to the extent that most of our health services have had to struggle, and we have actually had some of them almost collapsing. Apologies, the slides are having a life of their own, I'm sorry. And then the other negative impacts with regards to essential services, major impact with regards to access of services. So I won't go into all the details, but it covers all the services, including education. And of course, it's had major impact on psychosocial, the psychosocial life of, with regards to mental health, with regards to other aspects. And then this slide just highlights, I won't go into detail, but it just highlights the response of the world. So the World Health Organization has been working with member states and all partners in the response, in providing coordination and leadership, in providing normative guidance, in implementation, in ensuring that we have access to COVID tools, which includes vaccines, diagnostics, so that we can test, the therapeutics, so that we can train, and building the capacity of health workers and all others who are involved in the response. Just highlighting some of the challenges. So non-compliance with public health social measures has been one of the biggest challenges we have. And of course, we know with the pandemic fatigue that we've all been suffering, it's been much more difficult to continue to comply. Yes, we do now have vaccines that work, but particularly for our region, we have major challenges with vaccine hesitancy in some of the countries and also inadequate supplies. And we also have emergence of new COVID-19 variants. The Delta particularly, which has hit the world of late, has had major effects. And then, of course, the systems. We already had weak health systems, and COVID has even made the systems more weak. And then the unpredictability of the pandemic. So I showed you the waves that we have seen, and we don't know where we are going. We don't know whether we will be getting a fourth wave. We hope we won't, and we are doing everything we can to prevent. But the risk that we will get a fourth wave is still quite high. Just highlighting the way forward. So we need to make sure that we maintain public health social measures. We need to make sure that we increase vaccination coverage. Of course, vaccination is not the only thing that will get us out of this. We need to continue with the social measures. In addition, vaccination will also assist. And of course, countries have to stay alert and maintain a heightened state of readiness for this possible resurgence. So we have to identify them, and we have to make sure we act. And we need to make sure that we have adequate treatment capacity, and make sure that we have the medicines that are needed, including oxygen, which has become a major issue, particularly for severely ill people. And of course, all of us have to contribute, all sectors, all of us as individuals. So as I close, just to highlight some of the key messages that I would like to leave with us. Yes, as a continent, as a world, we have seen that we are on a downward trend. But the risk of a resurgence is very high. And we have to stay alert, and we have to do as we already had at the beginning of the conference. We have to continue to maintain the preventing measures. There is a major issue with non-compliance, and all of us have to contribute to ensuring compliance. Vaccination is a major issue, particularly in our continent, and we all need to be vaccinated. We have to work together to address vaccine hesitancy and all the false messages that are going around, because that's not helping us as a world. And then all of us, all sectors, one of the big challenges we've seen is the health sector has largely been the one which has been leading the response. But COVID-19 affects everyone and every sector. And it's not going to be possible for us to defeat COVID if only the health sector is leading this. All of us have to be involved, all sectors, all individuals, for us to be able to defeat COVID. So this slide just highlights the preventive measures that we need to maintain. So, Chairperson, thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brian Chirombo, to remind just to remind us that we should not relent, that the battle is still on. Thank you so much. We will get an opportunity to discuss a little bit more with Dr. Brian as we open up the plenary session. I'd now like to call upon Dr. Isa Touresar to give us a state of play in the economic plan from a point of African Development Bank. As I said before, Dr. Isa is the country representative for the African Development Bank in Rwanda. Over to you.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Okay. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, moderator and organizer of the event. Just a point of correction, Charles, I'm not doctor, I'm just a simple development practitioner, very humbled to be among the most seasoned players and actors in the microfinance in Africa and elsewhere. So as Charles said, I'm Aïssa Touré Sarr. I'm from both Mali and Senegal. I'm sure that I have many people in this room. And then I'm the head of African Development Banks since 6 months, actually. I'm quite new to the bank. I was in the UN before. So I'll speak to the subject from an economic perspective and to explain a little bit what has been the economic impact of the pandemic, and then what the outlook in the near future will look like, and how it has impacted SDGs trends, and how microfinance could better contribute to achieving the SDGs and help mitigate the impact of the pandemic. So this is briefly the outline of my presentation. This is exactly what I've said earlier. So I'll go straight to, this is very small, but just to say, and I think that Dr. Brian has alluded to it, the fact that the continent has been less impacted from a health perspective by the pandemic in terms of, oh, what is happening here? In terms of the spread of the virus and the death toll, which in turn has helped mitigate the economic impact. And I think there is a problem here. And the economic impact of the pandemic in Africa, it has been, the GDP has decreased by, can the organizer help here? Because unless, I don't know what is happening, but the slides are moving by themselves. I don't know, but let me just go through my slides. So I was saying, in terms of economic impact, because of the lower spread, let's say, of the pandemic, the economic downturn has been minus 2% growth, while the projection was doubled in terms of, and this is mainly because the industry and the service sectors have been impacted from the supply side, and from the demand side, the demand, and then the investment, the consumption have also reduced, which in turn obviously will bring down the growth. But that downturn has been less than projected. But this is not an even situation on the continent, because there are regional, sub-regional differences. West Africa, for instance, had minus 1.5, where the projection was more than 4%. And this is partially due to the fact that Nigeria, which is the biggest player in the region, was not as impacted as initially planned, whilst in the contrary, the CEMAC regions, because they depend mainly on oil and mineral exports with very few diverse economies, have been more impacted with minus 2.7. East Africa has been more resilient, right, because they have diversified their economy, and agriculture has been, I think, also another big reason why the resilience was more, because agriculture has turned to be very resilient. South Africa has been the most hit by the pandemic with minus 7% for many reasons, because the spread of the pandemic was more severe in that region, and which has impacted the economy. North Africa also have kind of challenge the projection, because here we're thinking of minus 5% for the projection, and it turned that only 1.1% downturn of the GDP, because Egypt is a big player in that region or was more resilient. But I think here what I want just to, I'm not going to go into detail, but to talk about two major impacts that we felt last year and will continue feeling in the coming years, is really the debt situation of many African countries. The debt-distressed countries have increased by 55%, which is very worrisome, and 30 countries, which represent 80% of the countries that are entitled to the debt relief package, have requested for it, which means that the situation is quite dire, because at the outbreak of the pandemic, this has caused a surge in the economic, thank you, in the economic, the fiscal, public needs, the financial needs of countries, because they needed this money, these resources, to be able to mitigate the social impact, socio-economic impact of the pandemic. And this really put them in a very dire situation. In addition, the composition of the debt is less secure for countries, because they have more non-concessional debt compared to what they used to have before the pandemic. Now, in terms of short-term outlook, because of the trend that Dr. Brian has presented previously, the economic situation is improving. We are all gathered here because there is a shift in the situation. It's not as serious as last year. And the same way economies are recovering, not at the pace that we expected, but it's quite a positive. But for it to be more prominent in the coming months and years, few conditions. This will happen subject to, we spoke about it earlier on, increase and faster rolling out of vaccination, right? Africa needs to increase its vaccination pace. We need to have better and reforms, policies, right? And to set our priorities right? Maybe less weapons and more development will help in that journey. And then to reduce the value chains disruptions. Another major condition would be, as I said earlier, to look at the debt composition, to make it more sustainable, which is not the case for now, and to have more concessional debts and less private-oriented debt. And I think also we need money. Really, this is, as we said in French, the nerf de la guerre. We need money. We need to assemble private sector, public sector, and domestic finance to be able to fund and to sustain the economies. And this is very, very critical, and this is not only our business, but it's the global business. Everybody has to put the hands together for the finance to be up to the game of the challenges we're facing. Now, in terms of progress towards the SDGs, right? You'll agree with me that even prior to the pandemic, many African countries were off track of meeting the SDGs. If we take SDG 1 and 2, many of countries were off track. And the pandemic has just worsened that situation. But it provides a golden opportunity to think differently, right? And to do more out of the scarce resources we're having. If we take only SDG 1 and 2, to leave no one behind, and zero hunger, the poverty levels have increased, malnutrition and malnourished population have increased across sub-regions, right? And then really the most vulnerable are even, many people fall from the poverty line, right? Or those who were poor prior to the pandemic are now most vulnerable. And yes, so really it will, this pandemic, I think, should be a starting point for a new thinking in terms of policies priorities, development priorities, because we have a golden opportunity to put some countries in the economic transformation trajectories, provided that the right decisions and the enabling environment are put in place. And the money has to be, at the level at least of the ambitions. So I won't say much about this slide, maybe just to dwell on, to provide few examples, because we have really seasoned actors in this domain. And we all agree that inclusive finance is really critical in achieving the SDGs, especially for African countries. If we take, for instance, how M-Pesa in Kenya has been a game changer, right, in this country, lifting 2% of the population out of the households out of poverty. And this gives a real good example of how the outlook will be if this example was multiplied on the continent. And we know how, when households, especially those headed by women, right, have access to finance, commercial or microfinance institution, how it changed the dynamics in terms of livelihood and opportunities for income generating activities, education, etc. And really microfinance, and I hope that will come out from this week to reposition the sector and the industry to play a bigger role. But I think that you know it all, because we have ample examples in all parts of Africa how microfinance has been and will be a bigger game changer and actor in the near future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Isa, for giving us context on the economic outlook, as well as the SDGs and what that means from the bank's perspective. Very, very insightful. Now go to climate change. Dr. Richard Munang, we're ready for you.
Thank you very much.
Fait des avancées. Chaque année, il fait des pas en avant pour 10 ans. Alors, ceci, c'est grâce à la
people have access to some form of financial services for savings and loan services. In addition to this, the informal sector, which engages over 80% of the population, has up to 90% of its actors outside the formal financial systems because of high perceived risk. Cumulatively, the sector represents an over 300 billion lending gap that needs to be bridged. Even with these significant market gaps, Africa is home to only 2% of the world's microfinance investments. The market gap is therefore substantial for microfinance growth in Africa. However, climate change stands as an existential threat to tapping into these opportunities. About 65 days ago, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change published a seed assessment report. The findings of these scientific analyses have been described in some quarters as apocalyptic, underscoring that the globe is on its way to reach the 1.5 degrees warming in just 2 decades from today. From every 1 degree of warming, extreme daily precipitation events will intensify by 7%. For Africa, a continent already in adversity, is already heating up twice as fast as the rest of the globe. This only means risk severity will be escalated. Whether it is the worst drought we're witnessing, in Kenya here 2.1 million citizens are at risk of starvation, and down to Madagascar, as we've already seen in the news, and to the Sahel, or we're talking about the floodings we are seeing across African cities, exposed to torrential rains. The die is cast. This risk are further escalating the socio-economic challenges, the socio-economic misery that is already a breaking point for many across the continent. From 257 million citizens going to bed each and every night experiencing hunger, to the over 60 million malnourished children where climate change is already lowering the nutritional value of food. And this is happening amidst 12 million youth who get into the labor market each and every year, and means shrinking economies that remain disenfranchised in unemployment. To health, where in addition to the declining nutritional value of food, which is the first line of defense against infections, the temperature and precipitation variability is already causing a surge in vector-borne diseases like malaria, where Africa already carries up to 93% of annual global malaria deaths. Despite all this, as you've already heard, another variable, the COVID-19 global pandemic, has been added to this equation of stresses. This escalation of climate risk spelled doom to market opportunities that the microfinance sector needs to tap for its growth in Africa. But just as an insightful African proverb reminds us, rain does not fall on one roof alone. Climate change presents both risk and opportunities, and the financial sector is not exempted from these risks, nor excluded from tapping into these attendant opportunities. But how microfinance institutions can buffer themselves against this climate change risk while tapping into good opportunities from Africa's climate response is our own fierce agency of now. And this calls for the full operationalization of key enablers. The first, we must leverage climate action as an investment opportunity. The climate change narrative across the entirety of Africa must urgently graduate from projecting liability to projecting opportunities as we leverage mitigation actions to power adaptation, seizing the opportunity to finance enterprise actions captured within countries' nationally determined contributions in the continent is the way to go. As we're speaking today, up to 98% of African countries have ratified their climate action plans, what is called the NDCs. And over 70% of them have prioritized sustainable agriculture as adaptation commitments. They have prioritized clean energy investments as mitigation commitments. Implementing these two areas in complementarity, where clean energy is decentralized to communities to power agro-value addition, will open up enterprise opportunities. Lessons from the work we've done in UNEP have shown that decentralizing simple climate action solutions of solar dryers to agro actors in communities across the continent can effectively and efficiently dehydrate perishables and increase shell life. We've seen this during COVID, where post-harvest losses have been cut and increased earnings up to 30 times. The scalability of this approach, therefore, is multiplied when we consider that we are in a continent that loses up to 48 billion in post-harvest losses each and every year. And tapping into this can increase incomes and create revenues. Another aspect that we cannot underlook is in clean cooking, where charcoal harvesting is responsible for forest degradation, where charcoal is responsible for indoor pollution that causes over 700,000 lives each and every year in the continent, killing our brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers who have committed no crime. And the only thing is that they don't have alternatives, and that's why they use charcoal. But simple climate action solutions of waste recovery to clean cooking fuel briquettes provides a viable alternative to charcoal. The availability of clean cooking solutions is at a low of 10%. In other words, it means 9 out of 10 times you are likely to find charcoal in the market than clean cooking fuel briquettes. This is a glaring market gap, an enterprise action that can bridge the accessibility gap and tap into the 20 billion a year market opportunity currently dominated by charcoal. The microfinance sector should prioritize financing enterprises that engage in these areas prioritized in Africa's NDC. That takes me to the second point. We must target informal sector players as the most significant constituency in Africa's economies. The story of Africa is incomplete without the informal sector. This is a fact because the sector is the chassis on which Africa's economic locomotive strives. Over 80% of the productive population in Africa is engaged in this sector, that we know. And the most significant financing gap of over 300 billion lending gap in the informal sector represents an opportunity, but remains untapped because of high perceived risk. Microfinance institutions should therefore target devising low-risk financing instruments to bridge this gap and tap into opportunities. And that takes me to the third point. We must tap into Africa's youth ingenuity as the driver of economic competitiveness. You cannot address any challenge while ignoring your powerhouse. Africa's youth are Africa's powerhouse. Yes, they are. And tapping into their ingenuity, retooling their skills represents a formidable strategy for the microfinance sector to leverage. And engaging them will ensure local innovations can be developed. And engaging them will ensure what they develop is tailored to the needs of the informal sector. We have developed an incubation approach called innovative volunteerism, where we're engaging these young people, structurally guiding them. And we are seeing them turning their passions into profit, developing decentralizing simple climate action solutions that is helping to build resilience of communities, like simple solar dryers, helping mothers in villages reduce their post-harvest losses. We are seeing them turning simple agricultural waste into fuel briquettes, into biofertilizers. It therefore means microfinance institutions should invest in developing dedicated climate financing products that are attractive to youth from an enterprise-driven dimension. That takes me to the fourth point. Factoring in the climate risk in investment financing is critical. Yes, it is. Climate change is already shrinking Africa's economies, with income losses projected up to 75%. These losses manifest through lost productivity and damage in vital economic sectors like agriculture, which has been the bedrock of success for Africa's microfinance institutions. This means that when financing such sectors, financial institutions should prioritize and demand that actors prioritize climate resilient actions that will buffer against climate change and those failure risk. For example, climate change threatens to lower yields of essential staples in the continent by up to 40% if we hit 2 degrees. But financials should prioritize financing climate resilient ecosystem-based adaptation approaches, simple approaches that have been proven to not only increase yields by up to 128% under the changing climate. A simple example like Zai in the Sahel, a Zai technique, a traditional soil conservation approach shown to increase yields by up to 500%. This is not magic. This is logic. We are seeing solutions across the continent. Financials prioritizing climate resilient solutions, simple like solar dryer, solar power irrigation can increase yields by up to 100%, can save water by up to 80% and increase incomes. And that takes me to the last point. Prioritize partnerships for risk divestment. Enhance collaboration between microfinance institutions and local low-risk financing structures already popular with the informal sector. In this case, local communal cooperatives dotted across the continent. While most informal sector actors do not have official bank accounts, they have very elaborate social networks of communal cooperatives where they have built social capital as trusted borrowers. Microfinance institutions can leverage this local cooperative as an additional layer of risk diversification towards tapping the opportunities presented by financing climate action enterprise in the informal sector. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, not everyone that chased the zebra caught it, but he who caught it chased it. This African proverb is a firm reminder that the only way to win is first to take chances. The microfinance industry in Africa stands a chance to win with climate action. But rather, we must all take our chances. We must not lose sight of what I call soft aspects. I'm talking about inspiration here. We must inspire one another. I'm talking about selflessness and fidelity to a cause that is bigger than our individual selves. These are the building blocks of purposeful passion. If we do not inspire people to see opportunity, regardless of what we do, we will not be able to build a resilient community. Because passion is the new currency of now. And we should never forget about this. We owe ourselves the task of doing so to inspire active and rational hope in order to turn climate change challenges into investment opportunities that work for each and everyone. In the circles of life, there comes a unique challenge that befalls a generation, which must be solved to guarantee the safe existence of future generations. Yes, climate change is the challenge of this generation. Let us therefore pull together and make inclusive financing a reality as we build the resilience of communities across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard, for that extremely vibrant eye-opener. Obviously, it's very difficult for us to draw a line between climate change and poverty. It's the more we look after our people, the more we will address some of these climate change issues. But I want to go back to Dr. Brian and ask you something around the SDGs, and when we look at especially this particular conference. And one of the things that you ask ourselves, again, it's a bit difficult to draw a line between microfinance and the vulnerable poor. The data that we get from the UN indicates that every 2 seconds, there is somebody dying, especially amongst the vulnerable poor, between the age of 30 and 70. And most of them are dying from non-communicable diseases. Now, back to your COVID statistics that you shared with us earlier on, we also saw that people with non-communicable diseases were the biggest, the highest amongst the mortality rates that we had during COVID. So from a World Health Organization perspective, what are some of the things that are being done to address this challenge? Yes.
Thank you very much, Charles. Very critical and pertinent question. And let me just add to the statistics you have mentioned to really highlight the criticalness of this issue of NCDs. 71% of all deaths that occur are actually as a result of NCDs. Furthermore, as you have already said, most of the people who are getting NCDs are actually the poor and the vulnerable. We know that many years ago we used to believe that NCDs are the disease of the rich, and that's completely changed now. It's actually affecting the poor more, even some of the rich. And maybe let me highlight what some of those NCDs are, because it's important, and then I'll also highlight what the risks are, because it's only when we identify what the risks are, what the causes are, that we'll be able to address them, and that's where WHO is working with the world to address. So there are 5 main NCDs. Of course, there are more than 5, but the big ones are cardiovascular diseases, and that's strokes and heart attacks, etc. The second group is chronic pulmonary diseases. So that includes the asthma and other diseases. Then there are cancers, the variable ranges of the different cancers. And then there's diabetes mellitus. And then also not to forget mental health. So I may not talk a lot about it, but it's really critical, and the burden due to mental health is actually going up. So these are the main diseases, but the causes are what then become the critical. So the risk factors, there are 5 main risk factors that contribute to this. And one is unhealthy diets. So food that has too much salt, that has too much sugar, and that has unhealthy fats. Secondly, tobacco use. It's still a major challenge and a problem. Air pollution, we've talked about climate change. Air pollution is a big contributor. Harmful use of alcohol is another major problem. that needs to be addressed. And of course, physical inactivity is a very big contributor. So the WHO and the UN and the whole world has had a call to action. As you know, we have had 2 high-level meetings now of the UN, the last one being 2018, and has had a call to action to ensure that we can address these risk factors and address the big problem of NCDs. Maybe I know I'm not qualified to talk money, but at least I can mention in terms of health the importance. The tackling NCDs is a big investment for our healthy future. And it's really a best buy. It's an area where we can invest and we will have major returns. Let me just give some examples. So the interventions that we need to take can save the world 8.2 million lives by the year 2030. And in terms of economic growth, we can actually, if we tackle our NCDs, we can have an economic growth that goes up to 2030 by $350 billion. So tackling NCDs also makes economic sense, besides the fact that it actually reduces the deaths. If we invest $1 into NCD interventions, we will actually be able to have a return of at least $7. So that's just to highlight the issues in what we can actually do. Of course, there is now things that we have agreed as WHO that governments need to do and that we need to do as individuals. So maybe I'll just point those out very quickly. So advancing universal health coverage is one way to address NCDs. So people need to have access to quality services, they need to have access to affordable services, and they need to have protection from financial risks. So access to universal access is critical. Of course, government needs to implement policies and engage communities. So I may not go into those details, but that's another critical area. But as individuals, we have our own roles that we need to play. There are things that we need to do, and there are things we need to avoid. And I'll just quickly highlight those. 4 things we need to do. We need to follow medical advice. We need to go to hospitals. One of the things that COVID did was it unmasked a lot of people that have diseases that didn't know it, particularly diabetes. And many of those people whose diabetes was unmasked tended to die very quickly, regardless of how you managed them. So medical care is critical. The stay physically active. We need to get vaccinated, not only COVID, but the other vaccines. And we need to make sure that we do breastfeeding. And then finally, there are things we need to avoid, which is what I mentioned earlier on. Tobacco use. We really need to deal with tobacco use. Harmful use of alcohol. The consumption of food that is unhealthy. Too much salt, too much sugar, and finally unhealthy fats. And then finally, air pollution. So it's time for the world to deliver and protect people and communities. And we can beat NCDs. But what it means is all sectors, all of us as individuals, we have to contribute. And we can beat NCDs and address these scaring statistics that we are getting of the impact of NCDs on our lives.
Thank you so much, Dr. I like the fact that you have some money to spend, and I believe the microfinance institutions in the room will be saying, can some of that money be channeled through us? And we look at how we can implement the programs, because the statistics you give are very dazzling. We will get an opportunity to take a question or two that you may have for the panel. Let me move over to Isa and talk about SDG number 1 being ending poverty. And I actually saw an interesting tweet this morning from the World Bank along those lines that they're pretty much on track for the 2030 record. Of course, it's extremely alarming that we see that more than 50% of the world's population are under 18 and they're poor. That means people are still being born poor. From a banker's perspective and sort of a continental bank, so to speak, how are you fast tracking such that by 2030 we have hit our targets on ending poverty? Yes.
Thank you, Charles. As I said earlier, even prior to COVID, we were off track on many SDGs, especially SDGs 1. And what we really need is resources, right? To be able to have the right policies, to implement them, right? To be able to invest in basic services, health, right? Education, we saw how the pandemic has disrupted the education system and the health system also. So really, I think we need to rethink our priorities, right? And to have better returns on investment. Most of the time, it's true that I've said that we need money, but more importantly, we need to put that money where it matters, where we can have development transformation and economic transformation, right? And for that to happen, our countries have to set their priorities, rights, and to rethink those priorities. And I think we are in a very interesting situation, and which gives us an opportunity to think differently so that we have better returns on investment. The pandemic has shown us how our systems are collapsed actually, right? So I think that going forward, to be able to meet the SDG 1 is really to invest in those services, to invest in agriculture. You would see that very few African countries, despite the fact that agriculture is a major employer in our countries, right? Their contribution to the GDP has decreased, right? And then the public investment itself in agriculture have shrunk. I think it's less than 10 African countries that are meeting the Maputo commitment of putting 10% of our GDP in agriculture. It's between sometimes 1 to 4. So if you have 80%, between 60 and 80% of your population in one sector, and yet you are investing, putting money, only 4% of your budget, it tells something, right? And I think also we have the security situation in some of the areas in Africa, the Sahel region, when I'm coming from, right, with displaced people, right? And I think this shouldn't be overlooked because it's a precondition for people to settle, and it's only in settling that you can invest, only in settling that you can allow people to have access to the health facilities, to education facilities, and then to the finance. So I think that it's a combination, but we know it all. The problem is to set our priority, and I think that we are in a very critical time to think differently. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isa. It's a huge wake-up call. Richard, over to you. And if you look at the role of climate change across all our SDGs, you find that especially when you look at climate, the SDG number 13 that talks about the role of climate change and the role of the urban poor. One of the things that I want to get from you, Richard, is that what bigger role would you see the microfinance institutions, the ones that are really planted close to the vulnerable poor, play? You talk about solar. You gave us an example of how that has impacted billions of jobs. But we also need to understand that in our typical African villages, we need firewood. People need to cut trees to cook for their own livelihoods. What bigger impact, Richard, would you like to be seen, especially by the microfinance institutions?
Thank you very much for the question. And that question can be answered with two words: alternatives and incentives. And let me start with alternatives. Over 80% of households in the continent depend on wood biomass. They depend on that because they don't have an alternative. And as I did say it in my opening remarks, we are seeing up to 700,000 Africans die every year in the latest statistics that we have across the continent. I mean, this is something that should worry each and everyone. And they're dying because our mothers harvest charcoal because they don't have alternatives. But we need to start building on clean solutions which are seemingly available, like turning agricultural waste to fuel briquettes, and get our youth, inspire them to then be able to retool their skills and start doing that. That is a huge market because the charcoal market across the entire African continent is 20 billion US dollars. And when you look at clean solutions, we have only 10%. That means 90% is an opportunity that we need to fill with alternatives. That our mothers in villages are not cooking with charcoal because they like it. That's the only thing they have. But when we provide them with opportunities of fuel briquettes that are cheaper than charcoal, we will be closing a very big gap. Now, on the incentives, incentives bring change in behavior. They bring market shifts. And across the entire African continent, most of the countries have already put incentives in place. You will take Kenya here in 2016, they took up VAT on liquid petroleum gas. And that saw a shift in market and also a shift in opportunities, where they had only 9 liquid petroleum gas plants that rose up to about 300 in just about 5 years. And we saw the number of people who were using that increased. In their recent Finance Act 2021, they actually took off VAT from gas, from fuel briquettes. But the question we need to then ask is, even when the incentives are in place, do we have willing people who are taking and seizing the opportunities to then create opportunities? And that's why in my remarks I said, if you throw money, through opportunity on passionless young people, nothing will change. And therefore, we can never miss inspiration when it comes to these aspects. Yes, climate is changing. Yes, there is a gap, but we need people. It is people who do development. And that is what we need to focus on. See the challenge of depending on charcoal as a disguised opportunity and provide an alternative of clean solutions. That is a market gap. That is an employment gap for our young people as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. I'd like to open up to people who have questions. I see a gentleman that side, and I'll request the ladies that as you move the microphone, kindly get your hands sanitized, and then tell us your name and where you're coming from, and make sure your question and comment are as brief as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Badruddin Ibrahim. I'm from Sudan, ex-governor, Central Bank of Sudan. Now I am advisor in microfinance. In fact, my question to the lady from African Development Bank. You know, I have a worries usually when people talk about SDG financing. And you know that in each country, there is a very meager finance coming from budget. Also, multilateral countries finance is having a fatigue. Also, donors. Now, microfinance institutions have got a very big potential to pursue activities via wholesale financing or even saving from clients in order to help in advancing SDGs in Africa. I think there is no any assessment of the impact of microfinance institutions and banks in Africa in contributing to SDG, and there is no any real look at this sector to contribute to SDG. And I think the potential is high, but there is no any work here. Thank you very much.
We'll take probably two more before we answer. We take those. Yeah, I see one here at the front. Okay, she has one there. So we'll.
My name is Samke Mguni from South Africa. I am Deputy Director for Digital Frontiers Institute. We provide capacity building for digital financial services professionals. And my comment is directed at Dr. Brian Chirombo. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. One of the things that we as the Digital Frontiers have implemented, supported by the Gates Foundation, is a capacity building program for digital payments in healthcare. Here we are trying to support the WHO digital finance team that is implementing wage payments for polio vaccinators, Ebola vaccinators, etc. And we find that it is a critical pillar to support individuals that are working in the healthcare sector to be able to digitize payments. We feel that this is a key area in meeting the SDGs because it not only means that payments are reaching those that are informal workers on the ground or those that are really at the roots level, it also means that it has impacts for digitizing the entire cradle-to-grave process for vaccination. So I think that there is room for collaboration within the WHO so that you are more aware as an organization of what the different teams are implementing so that whatever we implement and institute will become widespread and not just sporadic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll just take two more, the gentleman in the brown suit right there, and then one right here, and then we'll respond to them.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Godfrey Onentho Tui. I work for a Catholic agency called Caritas. That's Caritas Uganda. This question would have gone to all the three, but I do not know whether there'll be time for each one of them to try to respond. That is the interaction between conflict, particularly armed conflict, in many parts of Africa and the COVID response. So I don't know whether WHO has any particular or special response for this kind of circumstance, and how is it affecting that response? And then number two, also on the economy, this one goes to my sister, how conflict combines with the COVID to undermine the prospect for economic development post-COVID and even before. And then the gentleman on climate change needs to also give a very small comment on how conflict interacts with the climate change.
Thank you so much. I think it's the same question, but everyone in their different domains will see how that is done. Just take the very last one. I think I saw a hand up here in the front. Second row from here.
Thank you so much. My name is Nixon Deng. I'm Ambassador Director of a regional organization in the Republic of South Sudan. I have two questions actually. We are all concerned about the situation of the economic situation after the pandemic. We are facing a lot of challenges in Africa. And the pandemic is just adding a lot of fuel to what we have already. My question is, we have lately observed that many people who are partially vaccinated or fully vaccinated are now affected by the pandemic disease. Some of them that even losing their life. So this will bring me to the question of the effectiveness of the vaccination. Can we rely on the vaccination actually to protect us from this disease? Some countries like the United States, they have thought yet about a booster to the already vaccine that exists. How is the chance to help us this process? My second question, my sister just mentioned that we need money. We need money in order to fight the pandemic. And for the presentation of Dr. Brian, we can see that Africa is the least vaccinated continent. And I think this is because we don't produce the vaccine in our continent. And this will bring me to the other question. Why don't we in Africa try to produce the vaccine in order to protect ourselves? We have the African Development Bank and the UNDP. Why can't we start a project of producing? Because if we wait for the Western countries to bring us the vaccine, we will be waiting for long. So my question is there any chance for Africa to start producing the vaccine for ourselves in order to reach the level of vaccination that we need in order to protect our continent? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know one of the things that while I was in law school, I learned about medicine is that vaccines are not cures, but they improve your fighting chance. So, Brian, I think I'll give you about 3 minutes to respond to what is in your thought. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Charles, and thanks for all the questions. Maybe before I quickly respond within the time given by Charles, I want to start off by emphasizing what Isa talked about, the issue of investment in the health component. One of the reasons we struggled a lot with the COVID response was that the systems are extremely weak, not only in testing, but in generally responding. And therefore, unless we invest in our health systems, the risk of other pandemics affecting us very badly remains very high. So I think it's really important that we invest. And we're not just talking at the high level. I think even for microfinance institutions, there needs to be investment in the health of people at the lower level so that people can access services and can have access to universal health coverage. And this, of course, even links to climate change. So just quickly responding to some of the questions that came through. Samkele totally agreed. The issue of digitalization is critical and core. And not only with regards to the workers, the areas where you're working, which I think is a good practice, but even broader. And WHO is therefore currently working with governments to bring in together partners to look at how digitization has been used by governments, by ministries of health, to digitize in the health area. And what we are hoping to do is to identify some good practices, because we know there are good practices like the ones you're mentioning, and there are others here in Rwanda and other areas. And then we can share those practices, but also support governments and partners to begin to build on them. And I think the example you gave is an excellent one, which we are definitely available to collaborate in. And as WHO, we know we have tended to work more with governments, with ministries of health, but our new way of working now is to expand the partners that we work with, particularly in the non-governmental sector, in the civil society sector, but across the board, because it's only when we do that that we'll be able to have a bigger impact. With regards to conflict, again, I think it all links very closely to systems. We know that in conflict settings, we have major problems with systems, and you do need systems that work, whether it be testing, treatment, follow-up, responding. So there is a very close link between conflicts. And I think earlier on, we heard about the issue of options. When people don't have options, it's very difficult, for example, to tell someone about preventing COVID when they don't have many other options. And therefore, the conflict settings are very closely linked to the issue of COVID. And then with regards to the economic situation in pandemics, particularly with regards to vaccines, totally agreed. And there is a lot of work now that is ongoing. But let me start off by saying the vaccines that are available are very safe and they work. However, vaccines, as Charles has already said, are not a magic bullet. Vaccines will only help us if we continue to implement the other interventions. And we did talk also about strengthening the health system, etc. So, yes, there are some people who have been vaccinated, who have become sick or died, but generally, most of the people who are vaccinated will get mild disease. Yes, it doesn't mean if one is vaccinated, they will not be infected, but the risk of getting severe disease is much lower when one is vaccinated. Issue of booster, one of the big problems, and we've already had that only, I think it's about, currently about 15 countries have reached 10% coverage in Africa. And when we compare ourselves to the developing world, where they are now talking of 50 to 60%, so we have very low coverage in terms of vaccination in Africa. So for the sake of equity and to be able to protect communities, WHO strongly recommends that we focus at this time on vaccinating everybody as quickly as possible. We are, as Africa, below 10%. We need to reach at least 60 to 70% to feel safer. And therefore, yes, there is evidence coming that boosters in certain populations can definitely help, because there are some populations who don't develop immunity and you need to boost them, but it's not the focus at the moment. We need to protect as many people before we talk of boosters. Vaccine production, very critical. And currently already, the World Health Organization, together with the financing institutions and other partners, we have already started working with a number of countries. I think 3 countries that have been identified possibly, but there will be more, include South Africa, include Rwanda where we are, include Senegal. So discussions and assessments are already ongoing to look at these countries and look at the issue of technology transfer. Obviously, it will be much harder for us to start with those countries without getting technology transfer as a start. And so we are already working with other partners to boost the capacity of Africa to be able to develop our vaccines. And we need that. I mean, we have seen the vaccine nationalism that has resulted, where the rich countries have stepped up all the vaccines, and we have been left with getting donations. And I remember a few days ago, we were talking about getting vaccines donated from some countries, which will be expiring in 2 months. I mean, it's unconscionable, but of course, when we get those vaccines and we don't have them, we are happy to get them and vaccinate as much as possible, but we need a capacity in Africa to produce vaccines for ourselves also. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brian. Obviously, your interventions at a forum like this would spark quite a bit of interest, as you may imagine. It's also, I think it's one of the moments where you want to feel proud as a Rwandan. It might be at the risk of sounding politically incorrect, but hopefully in the near future, Rwanda will be exporting vaccines to South Sudan, because there is plans in the offing. Isa, yes, some questions coming to you from the lady from South Africa, and my brother there from Sudan. Yeah.
Thank you. You hear me? Need to get closer. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Actually, the first question from my brother from from Sudan, was more a comment than a question about the critical role and the potential for microfinance institutions to better contribute to the SDGs. I totally agree with you. Beyond the fact that, yes, it's true that there is a donor fatigue, because the money is being recycled, right? From one initiative to the other, it's the same money, more or less. So, but for private sector and microfinance institutions to play a bigger role, I think our countries have to kind of clean have a better enabling environment in terms of policy strategy and incentive for those actors to play, because there is a time difference between the way you use and how you use public funding and how you use private funding, right? So it has to be for different purposes, complementary, and most of the time this is not happening. So I think that unless that enabling environment is there and assure those players that they can, provide the right product to the right target groups, I think that it will take time to be there. For the second question, I think that the question from South Africa was more for Brian than for me. The second one was about conflicts and how it undermines the economic recovery for obvious reasons, right? Because when people are displaced, right, because of conflict, because of security issues, they are less able to receive, right, the health services or the safety net packages and that the countries have provided on the onset of the pandemic as mitigation responses. In the Sahel region, for instance, the people living between the three boundaries of Mali, Niger, and Burkina, it's very difficult to provide them with any service, being economic or financial or basic services, because of the security situation there. And I think that this has to be part of the discourse and the thinking, how it has to be addressed to be able to have the return and the responses at the level and the scale in a homogeneous manner at country level and at regional level. I won't touch on the third question because Brian has eloquently, but just to say that yes, IMF, the World Bank and African Development Bank and other actors are currently working with the WHO and other stakeholders to see how Rwanda, South Africa and Senegal could be the first countries as a pilot to have the technology transfer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isa. Richard, we're going to go to you. There is a specific question that did come in around climate change and what that means from a conflict perspective, how in conflict zones we can address issues of climate change, Richard.
Yeah, thank you very much, Charles, and thanks to Brian and Isa. I think Brian and Isa had already alluded to some of the aspects, but let me just say this. If you close your eyes to facts, you will learn through accidents. And let me just put this in perspective here. We cannot afford to neglect the facts when it comes to climate change and security. About 80% of countries that host most multilateral peace operations are highly exposed to climate change, facts, across the continent. This shows the direct correlation between high climate risk and instability and conflict. But the point is that climate change is a threat multiplier, and it has the availability of primary socio-economic opportunities, primary socio-economic resources like water, like fertile lands, and as a result of this, it exacerbates tensions among affected populations as they compete for diminishing resources and inflaming conflict. But one of the most important aspects I'm trying to pass here is that if you tell a hungry child that you gave him or her food yesterday, that means nothing to that child at that moment because the child is hungry. When people don't have economic opportunities, they will resort to the alternative. And climate change is actually plunging millions into suffering, crop failure, making sure that at least people don't have alternatives. And so the message is simple in answering that question. With that socio-economic opportunities to build resilience of population, the struggle for survival that ensues then means that conflict becomes inevitable. But the last point on that is this. We have data that shows youth unemployment has been correlated with increased terrorism across the globe. And climate change, diminishing economic growth means it contributes to youth unemployment. But let's also not forget that conflict is not just holding the fighting with guns. There is also conflict in the minds of people who go to bed hungry. They don't have food. That's conflict. It's conflict of food insecurity. It's conflict of alternatives. And therefore, at the end of the day, a clear strategy that needs to be fostered should be the integration of climate action from an investment opportunity so that everybody can have the socio-economic strong base to put food on the table and money in more pockets.
Thank you so much, Richard. I have about 5 minutes. So if anyone feels they have a burning issue, or there's a gentleman right here in the middle column in a green shirt, I'll take another one up there. I can see it's coming more and more. And yeah, just one here. If you make those brief, then we'll be able to take. But for now, we'll only take those two. One here and up there. Yes, the second row as you're rising. Yes, in a light blue T-shirt.
Okay.
Light blue shirt. Yeah.
I'll be very brief. We talked about the new normal, and I think the new normal is for all of us, both the institutions, both the people, the governments. I don't know if, listening to my sister from the African Development Bank, I didn't really see a kind of a new normal coming from their part, because we keep on talking about resources that has to be pumped in. Our government, in my opinion, have been behaving like junkies who are always asking for more money. I don't know if the new normal with you also sees into looking at what is being done with those resources. How are the resources being managed? Because it's not policies, in my opinion, which are problems. It's not the projects which are problems. I think you have to answer on that. Maybe what are you doing in terms of seeing into how this is being managed? One last thing, it has to do with the World Health Organization. There are a lot of money was spent during this COVID period as never before in many countries. But I saw a lot of this infrastructure being empty, not being used. All the money spent, nobody being in the on the hospital bed in many countries. So I don't know whether this has prompted some reflection on the part of the World Health Organization also concerning that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think there's the questions around lessons learned. We'll take the last one up there. In the interest of time, I must apologize that we really can't take all our comments and questions. Yeah.
Good morning to all. My name is Gabriele Giulietti from Italy, Banca Etica. I have a question for the African Development Bank, because after the first crisis in 2008, the European Union launched a fund to support the bank engaged in microfinance and social enterprises. This allowed us, all the banks socially oriented in Europe, to support microfinance entities and social enterprises during the last crisis. The question is possible to imagine the same thing even here in Africa, in a strict cooperation between Europe and Africa and the social-oriented banks? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian, you, as usual, you'll open the batting.
Thank you very much, Charles, and thanks for those questions. I think I will respond to the question on the infrastructure. Yes, it is true. We have learned a lot of lessons at the beginning of the pandemic, and as we try to respond. In some areas, we have put in a lot of resources into some specialized centers and infrastructures that we may not have used as much. But we have learned a lot of lessons. We do need some of those infrastructures to be able to adequately respond. But what is critical, which we have learned, is we need to do it all, is what at one time we were saying. Yes, we do need some of this infrastructure. Yes, we need to be wise in terms of how we select and how we put them together. But we still need to really put a focus on strengthening systems. We need to put a focus on strengthening our ability to detect and respond to these threats that may still come in addition to the current one. We need to strengthen the response in terms of our public health measures. So one of the big challenges we have had is the tendency to focus on one aspect of the response. For example, yes, we are very excited about the vaccines, but as I said earlier on, the vaccines are not a magic bullet. We need to continue doing all the other interventions in addition to vaccines. There's a lot of work that has to be done on vaccines, but we also have to emphasize the other preventive measures, strengthening our systems so that we can adequately respond. Charles, I don't know whether that's adequate or...
Yeah, that suffices enough. Isa?
Okay, thank you. In terms of new normal, I don't know what the new normal being in our lives, but I think even from an institutional perspective and at country, at the government, if you saw the way they have put in place those swift responses right after the surge of the pandemic, right? For instance, African Development Bank has put 10 billion USD in a rapid response facility for government to tap into, and Rwanda, for instance, has received 100 million out of it to fund its own economic recovery fund. This is a new normal in the sense that it was sudden, it was not expected, and very quickly measures, integrated measures, economic, social, have been taken to be able to address it. This is a new normal to me. But I do agree with you that this is a golden opportunity to think, and not to think differently, to do differently, even with the same instruments. But we have to start implementing, and to walk the talk, right? I don't know how you put it in English, because all policies are in place. But the problem on our continent is the delivery, to implement, right? And to be accountable for this implementation. So really we need to empower people. This is, I'm taking my African development hat and then being a kind of civil society. We have to ask our people to be more accountable to the decision they are taking on our behalf, because this is ultimately, there is no more free money, and then it will be more and more difficult to get resources. And I think that we should all collectively get them accountable for $1 they are using on our behalf. And this is where I will see the new normal being mainstream on our lives. Second question, I forgot. What was the second question?
I think the gentleman from Italy was asking, yes.
Yes, and I think there is, as you know, there is currently the new agreement between African Development Bank and EU, right, for the next 7 years, which microfinance focus is key, right? But this will depend very much on country-specific contexts. For instance, I can only talk about Rwanda because this is, what I master most. Because there is a division of labor among development actors, the bank has a footprint on infrastructure, right? And this is where we put, let's say, 90% of our resources. But we'll be very much willing and ready if there is a demand, a request to look at more, because we have another kind of pillar on soft aspects, right? Skill developments, SMEs, that definitely microfinance institutions are key to push that agenda, and there is something to do, but it has to come from the government because it's very well structured. It's unlike elsewhere where you can do anything that has an institution, let's say. But we can pursue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I request that we give a big round of applause to Dr. Brian, Isa, thank you so much, and Richard from Nairobi, thank you so much. You may take back your seats. We're going to take a break. I'll remind you the headsets that you have, kindly leave them on your chair. Let us be back in 30 minutes. Coffee and tea is served downstairs, and there'll be service and protocol to usher you to where we're supposed to go. See you in 30 minutes. Thank you so much. Sorry, you want a picture of me? Nachos.
It's clear to see, darling, stay with me. Won't you stay with me, darling, stay with me, darling, stay with me.
Let's kindly take our seats, please.
The world was on fire, no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire would make foolish people do.
I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you, and I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you.
What a wicked game you play to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do to let me dream of you.
What a wicked thing to say.
S'il vous plaît.
You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do to let me dream of you. And I don't wanna fall in love. This love is only gonna break your heart. No, I don't wanna fall in love. This love is only gonna break your heart. This love is only gonna break your heart. This love is only gonna break your heart. No, nobody.
Thank you. We just request that to close the door so that we can begin our session. Now, as we get seated, I'm been looking for Dr. Brian Chirombo in case he's not yet here, so that I tell him what you guys have done during the break. All the things he told us not to do, we were doing the opposite. During the break, we were eating all kinds of processed meat. We were Some of us were smoking, all the things the World Health Organization does not want us to do, we're doing the exact opposite. Yes, and that will be organized too in the evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We have a very interesting session coming up. And I'd like to introduce the speaker, who is a very formidable lady from France. And this is going to be our keynote speech, the first one for the day. I'd like to introduce Madame Renée Chaberhoff, PDG. I think since I'm speaking English, I'll translate that. She's the executive chairperson and founder of PAMIGA, and that's PAMIGA Finance Société Anonyme en France. Madame Renée has a PhD in economics and finance. She comes with more than 2 decades of experience in financial inclusion and strategy amongst very many countries, and as with donors as well. Today what Renée does is that she aims to push the frontiers of financial inclusion even further into impact investment. We did speak about this earlier on in the morning with some of the questions that were raised to ISA, and digital platforms along the agricultural value chain, as well as using digital platforms to address issues of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Madame Renée. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues, good day. Bonjour à tous. I would like first to thank very warmly the organizers of the African Microfinance Week for this incredible honor and opportunity to be your keynote speaker for this 2021 session. Here is my vision for the topic of the year. I have named it Resilience, Build Back Bluer and Greener. I'm talking from the perspective of a long-standing practitioner like many of you in this forum. Resilience. I've been asking myself, what is resilience? Is it a strength or is it a weakness? Well, I think that resilience is really the energy of the excluded, the energy of the poor, the energy of the disadvantaged. It is the inner strength that helps them bend but not break, resist to adversity. Resilience is the inner strength that helps a person, an organization, an institution to resist to crisis and to come out stronger. Bend but not break means being agile, being able to adapt, looking for alternatives, other ways, and come out stronger, most frequently by experiencing solidarity, discovering new partnerships, by widening its scope, widening its network, and widening its capabilities. Our sector has faced many crises during the past few years and even more. There have been the longer standing crisis of climate change. It has been talked about this morning very eloquently. More recently, there has been the crisis of the COVID pandemic. We hope that this is finishing. We hope so, but it is still going on. But I was very happy to have heard some of the audience talk about the crisis of terrorism and security crisis, because it is mostly affecting also Africa. And of course, as a result of all these, there is the economic and social downturn in Africa, some parts more than others, but in general in Africa. All these major crises has long-term effect. And independent of individual actions to prevent or to control them, in circumstances like that, resilience is our way to resist. Now I'm going to show you a few slides that are, I think, quite obvious and quite self-explanatory by themselves on recent crises. This is a slide on the Climate Change Vulnerability Index developed by Verisk Maplecroft. We can see that there is a very strong relationship between climate change vulnerability and the rates of population growth. 86 of the 100 fastest growing cities in Africa are dominated by this rapid population growth. And 79 of these African urban centers are rated extreme risk due to climate. And 15 are capital cities, and many are key commercial hubs. This is a slide on terrorist attacks. This slide is from 2019. However, we have very similar slides on 2020 and even 2021. Of course, there are terrorism attacks almost everywhere in the world, but we must recognize that in the Middle Africa, there is a lot of these events happening. Coming back on climate change and desertification, production losses, and on the food insecurity. We all know that all these phenomena are quite intercorrelated. Agricultural production loss is mainly driven by high temperature stress, and highest loss are located in the northern Sahel. If we look at the next slide, which is on agriculture yields, climate change impact on agricultural yields, from 2003 to 2080, so it's a projection going forward, We must see that climate change, of course, is affecting, again, the whole world in terms of agriculture production yield. But in Africa, the colors are a little bit in yellow and a lot in orange and red. And yellow means -5% in production yields, and red is -25%. So we are seeing that all these climate change, how they are affecting agriculture, how they are affecting food insecurity, may also be in a way related with the terrorism attack and with insecurity in general. So let me talk a little bit about how all these crises are affecting inclusive finance, which is the topic of this session of the African Microfinance Week. Well, I think that with what I've said previously, it seems very obvious that the majority of the clients of inclusive finance, microfinance, are smallholder farmers or population living in the rural areas. And when their livelihood is affected, it is very clear that it is affecting, whatever is affecting our clients are affecting the whole sector as such. Just a few words about how the pandemic has affected inclusive finance. I think that Mrs. Touré from African Development Bank have shown that it is not affecting the African continent so much. So, of course, it is not as dramatic as we could have thought about. However, I would like to stress that microfinance clients are usually the vulnerable, the poor, and therefore we know that whenever there is a crisis, and COVID is not different, it will affect at first the most vulnerable and the poorest because they have less as a cushion to protect themselves. Here I'm going to show a slide that is from the impact and vulnerability map for well-being of rural poor. We can see that COVID has reduced economic activities, there are job losses, reduction in the services available to the population. There has been also health services that are overwhelmed, and therefore that has caused health situation of many people have been worsened. Education services were no longer available, and this will all lead to political and social instability. Another slide coming directly from the Grameen Crédit Agricole, ADA, and Impulse survey on the impact of the pandemic on MFIs around the world. What we can see in these different slides is that the clients that are the most impacted by the COVID are women and people from the urban centers. But we also know that lockdowns that have affected the sales of harvest from rural areas to cities has caused major losses during year 2020. Cash crops that are targeting export markets due to the slowdown of traffic, air and sea, and due to the slowdown of the northern economies, has led to very severe drop in income and turnover. There are different models of lockdowns in African cities, but they have all also affected business flows and consumer behaviors. For microfinance institution, it has resulted in decreased disbursement at the worst moment of their clients, because disbursement has slowed down when all the clients of microfinance need these financial sources the most. How has instability or the insecurity crisis affected inclusive finance? In many regions affected by political turmoil, populations has fled to safer localities, and numbers of displaced people who have lost everything and have nothing to survive on a daily basis, this population has grown dramatically. In Burkina Faso, the country where the last African Microfinance Week took place 2 years ago, there are over 1 million displaced people out of the 20 million of population, and they are mostly women and children. In Mali, at Pays d'Ogon, and people in this room know why I'm talking about the Pays d'Ogon, where the CEVECAS, the Caisse Villageoise d'Épargne de Crédit Autogéré, has been born. In Pays d'Ogon, villagers have fled their village after attacks and are now with no agriculture, no harvest, and they are absolutely nowhere. In Cameroon, cities and villages in the north and extreme north of Cameroon have abandoned their villages after attacks by Boko Haram. Cities and villages in the southwest are also totally now isolated. Due to all these attacks, MFIs have lost branches, have lost clients, have lost their portfolio. The clients have lost livelihoods, their savings, their homes, and sometimes even what they treasure the most, their solidarity groups and their social links. I'm not going to say much about how all this has resulted in economic downturn, especially affected the poorest among the population and who are the clients of microfinance institution, because I think it is quite clear for all of us that if our clients suffer, the microfinance institution is also going to suffer. And obviously, as a result, there will be rise of risk, rise of power, and leading to questions of liquidity and also affecting, for some, a question of solvency. And this will, in turn, affect their ability to borrow from banks and investment funds. And it will, again, limit the capacity to address the demands from the population who need it the most. So, how can financial service provider and clients be more resilient and build back better? Sometimes, in front of overwhelming challenges, we have the temptation to build a wall, to protect ourselves, to protect from others. And this is a big temptation. I prefer definitely to build bridges. They will help us reach the other side of the river, opening to new horizons, new opportunities, meeting new people, building new partnerships. And definitely, on the other side of the river and being part of the solution, I would cite digitalization as one of the solutions for facing crisis, many different types of crisis. Digitalization has many kind of application. I won't be very long on digital finance because the audience is very familiar with digital finance. Many of us have been already applying it in our daily delivery of services. But please let me stop a little bit and talk about a next step that sounds very promising as a solution for post-crisis, which is more on using digital platform for agricultural value chain. I want to present you two cases, one in East Africa, in Kenya, the very well-known cases of DigiFarm. So DigiFarm is a platform that is set by Safaricom, and it is a mobile-based platform for digital finances tailored for smallholder farmers that opens up to the marketplace for farmers, access to product and services from financial institutions, agri-inputs providers, and other value services firms. And this enables farmers to easily source, transact, learn, and grow. DigiFarm has been a very successful platform serving hundreds and thousands of users among smallholder farmers in Kenya, and it's spreading very quickly around. There are some lessons learned from DigiFarm, such as, just to cite a few, offering multiple services reduces cost and risk, drives uptake, and builds client loyalty. A platform approach can reduce development costs and crowds in diverse capabilities. Trusted high-touch channels can drive consumer uptake and improve stickiness. Patient capital and process of trial and adjustment is crucial in underserved markets. Establishing value of data upfront is critical to expanding financial access. Building robust and transparent partnership structure is key for success, just to name a few. So we in West Africa, we have been learning from DigiFarm's learnings and try to build a platform for agricultural value chain that will first meet the needs of the clients in West Africa, but also learning from previous experience to try to do a little bit better. And here I'm presenting We Agree, which is a platform that is very unique in the sense that it is based on the ecosystem of agricultural value chain, the whole ecosystem of all the actors working in this value chain, and it is using a one-stop shop approach to serve millions of agricultural smallholder farmers. Just to name a few functionality of We Agree. We Agree is now based in Côte d'Ivoire and moving fast to Senegal and to Benin. We are at the moment serving the cashew nut value chain, and we aim at diversifying into other value chains as we grow. You have the marketplace. It is a 24 hours, 7 day a week transaction platform that allows sellers, the smallholder farmers, to meet with buyers, exporters, and be able to transact and pay online using the platform. And on the same platform, we have financial services, savings, credit, and insurance that can be accessible online, and as well as advisory services to help smallholder farmers adjust to their constraint in agronomy. We believe that agriculture platform is going to help us build back greener and build back better. And the reason why is that through a platform, a digital platform, all the actors can now build new partnerships and new networking and new way of working together and serving better the population. Just a few words about how to build back greener. FSPs adopting environmentally friendly processes in its operation, more digital operation in-house and with clients, less use of vehicles, installing renewable energy backup at their office and branches, promoting environmentally friendly sensitivity, culture, and action at governance level, senior management level, and staff level, integrating environmental performance management plan, implementing, monitoring, and reporting on it widely. Microfinance institutions can also build back bluer, meaning in a more sustainable way, by adopting blue process and procedures in operations, digitalizing offices, agencies, going cashless, paperless, client-centric, client protection, decent jobs, capacity building of staff and clients, promoting gender equality, promotion of participation in decision-making. They can also promote blue economic sensitivity and culture among governance, senior management, and staff, and put in place a sustainable development policy and plan, and monitor and measure. Dear colleagues, resilience is a mindset. Resist, be agile, adapt, bend but don't break in facing adversity and crisis. Use your internal energy to stand up quickly and be on the move. This is my vision of a better future for all. I hope you like it. And here is my vision of a better place to live and be. Cities that are of high risk become smart, connected, and apply green and blue policies. Mangroves, environment, and biodiversity is preserved and rebuilt. Dear colleagues, let's restart building our future and the future of our clients. Greener, so that we all do our share for the planet and increase our impact on the lives of our clients. And bluer, so that in facing future crises, we are stronger as an institution. Our governance is better prepared to make the right decisions. Our senior management is more agile to navigate through uncertain times, and our staff are more guided to have the right attitudes towards clients. In a word, we are all more sustainable in facing crises and make them work for all of us as new opportunities. Thank you.
Another very big round of applause for Madame Renée. Unfortunately, in the interest of time, we're not going to be able to take any questions or comments. However, she's with us in the afternoon and the whole of tomorrow, so we'll be able to interact with her as we progress. I'd like to recognize the presence of Dr. Oziel Ndagijimana, the Rwandan Minister for Finance and Economic Planning. Also recognize the presence of the Luxembourg Minister for Development, Cooperation and Humanitarian Affairs, Franz Fayot, and the President of ADA, Patrick Loche. Without further ado, I'd like to call upon the three eminent persons whom I've just mentioned to kindly join me on stage here. We're going to go through a very exciting session, which is the official opening ceremony. So in case you think this amazing conference had started, not yet. The real business is about to begin. So in that particular order, I'll begin with Mr. Patrick Loche, the President of ADA. Kindly come forward and take your seat. Thank you. I'd like to take you one of those. And I'd like to call upon the Luxembourg Minister, Franz Fayot, to kindly, thank you very much, sir. And then our very own Dr. Oziel Ndagijimana to kindly join the eminent persons. I will, in the interest of time, gentlemen, I will also request that that you will come up to give your remarks in the order in which you're seated. So the President of ADA, you'll come up first, and as soon as you're done, Minister Franz, you'll kindly come and take the podium. And then Honorable Minister Ndagijimana, you will declare for us this conference officially open. We were reminded by Laura, the Executive Director at ADA, that we have a new normal. So just before you speak, we'll request that you sanitize and then hold the microphone. Thank you, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear ministers, it is a great honor for me to speak to you today as the new president of ADA and to be allowed to launch the official opening ceremony of the SAM Edition 5 here in this exceptional venue. I must say it's amazing to see how much this event has gained in importance since its first edition in 2013 in Tanzania. The original purpose of the SAM was actually quite simple. Together with Maine and Africa, ADA proposed to organize a central meeting place for microfinance professionals in Africa. We thought it would be more efficient to have one big event instead of several events. Since then, the SEM has evolved into the largest inclusive finance conference in Africa. The growing importance of SEM is a reflection of the growing importance of the inclusive finance sector as a whole. But maybe we are at a turning point now. While some of us are slowly converging towards the regular mainstream financial sector, we must, of course, remain focused on sustainable development and on our basic mission of further reaching out to those with limited or no access to financial services. All of us have to undergo a systematic professionalization to deal with a greater regularization and digitalization, and many of us are innovating to this end. And all of us have to deal with new challenges and missions. What role can we play to address climate change and biodiversity loss? How can we help to improve healthy food production and to provide basic needs? This growing need for expertise and innovation is reflected in the side events which are added to the SEM conference over the year. We see an ever-growing demand for our training sessions, as well for the investor fair and the innovators village. Each edition of the SEM has a different key theme. This year's key topic is resilience. The theme is obviously relevant in the context of the ongoing pandemic. The first panel this morning gave us a good overview of the current state of play of the sector. René Chao-Berhoff then showed us some very interesting case studies on how the pandemic, climate change, and political instability affect both the populations and the microfinance institutions. She clearly illustrated the need for an increased resilience of the inclusive finance sector. The different aspects of resilience will be further explored in the different sessions later today and tomorrow. The growing recognition of inclusive finance in national strategies to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is reflected in an increased government interest in the SEM. While we are grateful for all governments' attention, I would like to take the opportunity to give a special thanks to the Luxembourgish government. Without the unwavering support of the Luxembourgish Directorate for Development Cooperation and Humanitarian Affairs, we would not be here today. And last but not least, I would like to thank the government of Rwanda for hosting us here in their beautiful conference venue and for all the help they provided to ensure that this event is close to perfect. Allow me to say a big thank you for your kind support in your own language. Murakoze Chane. It is a great pleasure to be here in Kigali with all of you today, and I wish you all a great SEM and an interesting conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by saying what a pleasure it is to be here in this assembly with all of you here in this room. It is one of the very first events of this size that I'm attending in a very long time. And I think it's also a signal and a testimony to some return to normalcy that we are able to have these conferences again where we can meet physically, network, and talk to each other. I would like to tell you also how happy I am to launch this African Microfinance Week conference here today. And I would like to begin by warmly thanking the government of Rwanda, represented by His Excellency Dr. Uziel Ndagijimana, Minister of Finance and Economic Planning, for hosting this edition of the African Microfinance Week. J'aimerais aussi saluer dans l'Assemblée Son Excellence Masameso Assi, la ministre responsable de l'inclusion financière et l'organisation du secteur informel du Togo. Bienvenue. What started as a partnership between the Luxembourgish NGO ADA and the African Inclusive Finance Network's main Africa and Amir in 2013 in Tanzania has, and Patrick Losch has just said it, since become the largest inclusive finance conference in Africa, which is now at its 5th edition. A truly impressive achievement for which I would like to congratulate all the organizers. Luxembourg's participation in this event, in this week, is an opportunity for us to deepen our relationship with African countries, but also to engage with the entire community of inclusive finance, with all of you who are actors in this field, to understand the latest trends and to understand also the needs of the sector. The other reason of my presence in Kigali today is that I signed today with Dr. Uziel a memorandum of understanding aiming to develop an inclusive an international financial center here in Kigali, which is in line with Rwanda's national strategy for transformation, but which also fits very well into our Luxembourgish newly presented inclusive and innovative finance strategy. As a country which has started building its own financial sector in the 1970s, and which has now a mature financial sector, a very important one, we understand that finance is not an end in itself. Ce n'est pas une fin en soi, but it can and should be an enabler to build a more fair, a more sustainable, and more resilient world. The challenges of our times are indeed enormous, and they require the combined efforts of the private and the public sector investors. And we are determined as Luxembourg, and this is actually a new chapter in our cooperation with Rwanda, we are determined to support Rwanda on the path of becoming an African center for sustainable impact finance. Ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate goal of Luxembourg's inclusive and innovative finance strategy is to contribute to the eradication of poverty and to the achievement of the UN's SDGs, to which we are one of only a few nations to dedicate 1% of our gross national income. In practice, we mainly provide technical assistance to strengthen legislation, regulation, and the supervision of microfinance activities. We also assist in building institutional capacities, not least by providing training and upskilling to staff. We are able to provide this assistance because we have over 30 years of experience in supporting microcredits and microfinance. Thanks to our proactive approach, we have become a true center of excellence for inclusive finance. About 1/3 of all microfinance investment vehicles worldwide are today based in Luxembourg. This represents more than 50% of the assets under management in the microfinance sector. We are also increasingly establishing ourselves as a hub for sustainable finance, with Luxembourg being the leading market for green bond listings. The inclusive and sustainable finance sectors are also benefit from the fact that Luxembourg is the main European domicile for investment funds. And these funds are also often invested in developing countries where they are an important source of foreign direct investment. Our inclusive finance sector includes a broad variety of actors, which range from investment funds, fintechs, and incubators to a labeling agency and public-private partnerships for cybersecurity. We also have the only university chair in the world dedicated to regulation for financial inclusion. All these activities are further stimulated by the presence of the European Investment Bank, the world's largest lender and investor in public-private partnerships, which has its headquarters in Luxembourg. Ladies and gentlemen, I was able to visit several small businesses during a stop in Amman, Jordan, recently. All of them a car repair workshop, a print shop, a catering business, and a lady doing sewing. All of them had received microloans, and all of them reported how badly their business had been hit during the pandemic, and also, of course, during the lockdowns which came with it. You will not be surprised to hear that the key concern of Luxembourg's inclusive finance sector at this time is the adverse impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, combined with the effects and the urgency of the climate crisis on vulnerable segments of the population. These pressing topics will, I am sure, be at the heart of your discussions over the coming days. The resilience of vulnerable populations to external shocks can be improved through adequate financial and insurance services. As part of our inclusive finance strategy, we have therefore identified 3 groups that we wish to focus on in the coming years. The first group we want to focus on are smallholder farmers. Climate change and the resulting decline in productivity in the sector make it more urgent than ever to improve the resilience of agricultural value chains in the Southern Hemisphere. To this end, we aim to facilitate access to financial products for smallholder farmers while unlocking new markets and fostering innovative practices. The purpose here is to enable them to protect, diversify, and increase their sources of income. We will also promote bookkeeping and entrepreneurship. Impact investment projects like Block Smart Africa, which has its headquarters here in Kigali, also foster smart climate and environmentally friendly farming practices. The second focus group are young entrepreneurs. More specifically, we wish to encourage financial institutions and intermediaries to provide young entrepreneurs and startups with credit and insurance. These financial services are coupled to training, financial education, business management, and monitoring. The third vulnerable group are women. By encouraging their economic and financial independence, we empower them to contribute to the sustainable and fair development of their communities. We know that once women have access to financial services and ownership of productive assets, they can improve the bargaining power within the household. This in turn brings many benefits such as better education, as well as greater overall resilience of families and communities. In that sense, we aim to provide dedicated training and technical assistance to women to help them leave unpaid work and become part of paid workforce. Also, for female entrepreneurs to thrive, we must improve trading conditions and regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, our aim is to strengthen the overall resilience of the microfinance sector, especially of micro, small, and medium enterprises and their financial service providers. Small and medium enterprises are the backbone of any economy. This is true for most European economies. It is certainly true for Luxembourgish economy, but it is probably even more true of African economies. It is therefore crucial that financial service providers are equipped to respond to environmental and economic shocks, but also to cyber attacks. To this end, we will promote inclusive insurance products as well as the sharing of best practices on sustainable business models and strong value chains. Green and sustainable microfinance will play an ever-increasing role in this regard. For example, microcredits for renewable energy are on the rise, and we want to encourage financial service providers to invest in green microfinance initiatives to promote long-term sustainability and resilience alongside economic growth. Concerning the growing threat of cyber attacks, I would like to point out that Luxembourg has a good track record in managing cyber risks in our financial center, but also in the economy more broadly through technical assistance, which is made available for all businesses, be them either small or large. And of course, we are happy to share that expertise. In that sense, I am also very happy to see that ACRC, the Africa Cybersecurity Resource Center, which aims to establish resource and response centers in the sub-Saharan region in order to secure the local inclusive finance sector, will have a side event during the week. Ladies and gentlemen, there are huge benefits in the digitization of financial services. Digital payment products, for example, enable people to not only receive money from microfinance institutions, but also from distant relatives in times of crisis. We will work to advance the digitization of microfinance products to increase their reach. A concrete example of a project in this area is Catapult Inclusion Africa, which is a seminar for promising startups which are organized since 2019 by the Luxembourg House of Financial Technology with the aim of stimulating innovation in the finance sector. And I was actually able to attend one of these events in early 2020 before the pandemic came upon us, and I can tell you that it was absolutely fascinating and absolutely also inspiring to see all the great ideas that came up during this seminar. I'm therefore again happy to see that Luft has its stand at the Innovators Village this year. As so many other areas in the economy and society at large, the digitization of the sector was boosted due to the restrictions of movement and increased remote activities during the pandemic. This trend towards increasingly digital financial services is especially present on the African continent, which was already the world leader in mobile money use before the pandemic, and which can really build on this advantage to leapfrog many things that we are still trying to do and put in place in Europe. Emerging fintech companies play a role in increasing the reach of these digital services. This is why we need to give special support to young entrepreneurs and the financial institutions serving them. Rwanda is the leading African fintech center after Kenya, and the number of fintech companies here has increased considerably over the last years. Thanks to this growing availability of digital financial services, the adult financial inclusion rate is projected to increase to about 60% by 2024. This is a truly positive trend, and we must use this momentum to increase the reach of financial services to leave no one behind. The MOU I signed this morning with the government of Rwanda is a step in that direction. Its objective is to promote sustainable finance and impact investment in Rwanda. To achieve this, we will focus on 4 areas. Firstly, we will invest in capacity building and talent development to foster employment in Rwanda's financial sector. Secondly, we will support the development of sustainable finance, such as green finance. Thirdly, we will help to create a favorable regulatory and business environment for fintechs. And last but not least, we intend to set up a marketplace for impact investing in Rwanda to attract more sustainable foreign direct investment. What better place to enter this next level of our cooperation than the African Microfinance Week, the SAM, where we have a unique opportunity of gathering the most knowledgeable microfinance professionals in one place. Once again, I am delighted to see that so many of you managed to attend the conference in person, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for coming here despite still challenging travel conditions. I hope you will be able to benefit from this unique network opportunity and that this week marks the start of many new partnerships, of many new collaborations. I would also like to thank the main organizers, ADA, for making this event possible in these challenging times. With that, I wish you all a very successful conference with insightful discussions. Thank you very much.
Honorable ministers, heads of delegations, heads of financial institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is with great pleasure and honor to be here today to welcome you all to Rwanda and to officially open the Africa Microfinance Week and Summit 2021. On behalf of the government of Rwanda, I want to express my gratitude to the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg and the other Appui au Développement Autonome for organizing such a very important forum and for choosing Rwanda as the host country for this edition of the Africa Microfinance Week and Summit 2021. This summit is taking place at a time when the entire world is fighting COVID-19 pandemic and its unprecedented impacts on the health of our population and on our economies. African economies have been hard hit by the pandemic, and the IMF projections indicate that the economic recovery in Africa will be slower than the rest of the world. Therefore, we need to work hard to recover faster than predicted and to build back better. Given the well-known power of microfinance in supporting micro, small, and medium-sized businesses, microfinance can play an important role in the economic recovery from COVID-19 crisis and in building resilience and sustainability of our economies in Africa. In Rwanda, we established an economic recovery fund to support the most affected businesses by COVID-19, and over 3,000 small businesses received their financial support through microfinance institutions. It is therefore important to expand the penetration of our microfinance institutions to build their financial and technical capacity, including their digitization, in order to increase, diversify, and improve their services. This will further increase the financial inclusion of our population and contribute to the transformation process of our societies and our economies. Ladies and gentlemen, with regard to financial inclusion, I would like to share with you briefly the Rwanda's journey towards universal financial inclusion. In 2008, the first financial inclusion survey, FinScope, indicated that the total financial inclusion in Rwanda was at 48%, of adult population, meaning that 52% was financially excluded. Since then, every 4 years, the same survey was conducted, showing a consistent increase of financial inclusion in Rwanda. The fourth FinScope survey was conducted last year in 2020, and key findings indicate that the total financial inclusion had reached 93% of adult population from 48% in 2008. This includes both formal and informal financial services. Those using formal financial services represented 77%. Two, this rapid increase in financial inclusion was mainly due to the introduction of 416 savings and credit cooperatives called SACCOs across the country, closer to the communities, as well as the rapid penetration of mobile phones and mobile money services. The third finding is that 87% of adult population had access to mobile phones and 61% used mobile money services. 4, 86% of adults saved their money using formal and informal forms of savings, and those saving in the formal financial institutions represented 54%. However, those borrowing from formal financial institutions represented 22%. Despite these good achievements, more efforts are needed to increase financial literacy among our population, to develop further our financial and microfinancial institutions, to adapt their products to the needs and capacity of the population, and to tap into the opportunities of digital technologies to expand their services and to ease their access. Ladies and gentlemen, microfinance sector in Africa continues to play a critical role in achieving financial inclusion and in contributing to economic development and to poverty reduction. However, a large number of people in Africa are still without access to loan and deposit services. Financial literacy and education in general remain low, and this impacts negatively the citizens' capacity to use financial services. While this is a challenge for access to finance in Africa, MFIs can turn this challenge into an opportunity by adapting their services to the needs and capacity of this specific clientele, which is actually the majority in our countries. In conclusion, this summit comes at the right time. Let's explore together how we can develop our microfinance institutions to support our COVID-19 economic recovery and sustainable development plans. Once again, I thank the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg and the other PO Développement Autonome for organizing this important forum and for their continued economic and technical support to Africa. I thank you all for your participation and for your contribution of ideas during this forum. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a pleasant stay in Kigali. It is now my pleasure and honor to declare the Africa Microfinance Week and Summit 2021 officially opened. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ministers. Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Togolese Minister of Financial Inclusion, for also gracing this event. I will have a particular announcement to make. I'll request everybody to stay here. Everybody kindly stay here, with the exception of the honorable ministers and Patrick and the delegation they are with. They will be ushered to where they are going. There's a press conference, so the journalists who are in here as well, kindly make your way out. The room is AD2. The rest of us are going to stay here for a very, very important announcement. May I request that we give the eminent persons another round of applause to thank them as they make their way out. Thank you so much. Correction, the room is AD11. That's where the press conference will be. Now, for the rest of us who are in here, in the afternoon we are going to have parallel sessions. So lunch is going to go up to 2:15. Try and finish by 2, so that by 2:15 you're in your respective rooms. I'll remind you, we have 3 sessions that will be taking place at the same time before our coffee break. I'll repeat them one by one. The first one, session 1, structure changes and resilience on the inclusive finance ecosystem in Africa. And again, you have that in your packs, and there'll be boards at each of the rooms where that is happening. So that one is in MH1 and MH2. The one on digital innovation is the second one. Digital innovation for the resilience. If I can get those sessions put up on the screen, that will be very helpful. Digital innovation for the resilience and inclusive financial institutions. That will be in MH3 and MH4. Then in this room here, in the main auditorium here, we'll talk about resilience of vulnerable populations to climate change. In order not to confuse you very much, we will announce the 4th and 5th and 6th sessions at the end of the first sessions immediately after lunch. So for now, just remind you that those 3 sessions, one is in here, another one is in MH3 and MH4, and then the others in MH1 and MH2. Mesdames et messieurs, bon appétit. Merci beaucoup.
No, you will still love me the same. 'Cause honey, your soul can never grow old, it's evergreen.